Congratulations, Colleton County School District, for the growth on the South Carolina report card. You are on the move, so keep up the awesome work.
Hi, I'm Delonda Morton, Professional Learning Director here at McGraw-Hill Education. On behalf of our entire Curriculum Specialist team, I'd like to say congratulations, Colleton County, on your school district success. It has been an honor and it has been a privilege to be your educational partner as you have worked so very hard to implement open court reading with fidelity. Thank you for allowing us to be a small part of each of your elementary scholars' journey to literacy. It is my sincere hope that you will continue to build upon the foundation that you have already started. Congratulations, Colleton, and many, many more years of success.
Hi, I'm Walter Borough Mayor Bill Young. This is my wife, Janice. I just want to congratulate everyone in the Colleton County School District, the students, the teachers, the staff, the school board, the superintendent, and everyone involved in making these great improvements this year on our school report card. We still have work to do, but we are really proud of this first step and keep the good work up.
And it truly is all about the children, and I think we've proven that by the improvements we've made, and we just need to keep it up because I see a lot of fantastic things in our future. Thank you.
Greetings, Colleton County School District. On behalf of Admintum, I am Eddie Crosby, and just wanted to say we are ecstatic to celebrate with you on your success of the school report card data and your continued growth and performance. Keep up the great work. We are just blessed to partner with you. And students, teachers, staff, keep up the great work. We love you, we support you, and we look forward to continuing to partner with you to drive those outcomes and continue to strive for excellence and academics in all we do here in Colleton County School District. Have a great rest of the year. Thank you. Again, Eddie Crosby with Admintum.
Hey, Colleton County School District, it's Kara.
Nick.
And Cameron. From the original Six Foundation.
Hey, we want to make sure we give you guys your kudos and celebrate you for your improvement in your school report cards. We appreciate you guys as partners on Six After School as well as on My First Library program.
We are so proud of all that you're accomplishing, and we want to say,
keep up the good work.
Congratulations! Colleton County School District is on the move! Yay!
Tuesday, November 19th, regular called board meeting for the Colleton County School District Board of Trustees. I would like to call this meeting to order. Invite you all to please stand for the invocation, followed by the pledge.
Good evening. Since Thanksgiving is approaching quickly, and I know some of you are looking forward to that week off next week, I thought we would pause with some scriptures from Psalms and the New Testament that I'm sure you will recognize. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. I will give to the Lord the thanks due to his righteousness, and I will sing praise to the name of the Lord, the Most High. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. And finally, and let the peace of Christ rule in your heart, to which indeed you were called in one body, to always be thankful. Father, we thank you for this opportunity that we can bow and give you all the praise and all the glory, because without you, we would not be here. And we thank you that you give us the opportunity to raise the next generation in fear of you, and that we can work together, Father, to make this an excellent school district. We thank you for the progress that has been made, and we look forward to even greater progress. We thank you for those that are here, and we give you all the praise and honor and glory and turn this meeting over to you. We pray all these prayers in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, I'd like to invite the Colleton County Middle School Boys to Men Club forward. If you would recite the mission statement and then afterwards introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your organization.
Colleton County School District will prepare every student to graduate with a 21st century education to be globally competitive for their chosen college and/or career path.
I thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Joshua Melton. I am the director of the Boys to Men. We are located at the Colleton County Middle School, and our program focuses, and it is primarily focused on the young boys there. We focus with them on community outreach, being a peer leader, self-improvement, their grades, their behavior, their home life, their citizenship, and overall toward being a productive young man that will become a man profitable to our society.
My name is Xander Hampson, and I'm a part of the Boys to Men group. And ever since I've been here, I've been more productive, able to manage my tasks even better, able to become a better man because of this program.
I'm Quentin Jenkins, and since I've been to Boys to Men, my grades have gotten better. I've acted right in school, and since the Boys to Men has helped me out a lot, I would like to thank Mr. Melton and all of us, because they helped me come a far way.
My name is Cameron Hills, and since I've been to Boys to Men, it been like helping me out in school. I ain't even getting in trouble no more. My grades better. I play sports, and yeah.
I'm Zion Brown, and ever since I joined Boys to Men, it helped me become mature, help me keep up with my grades, and stay out of trouble in school.
My name is Terrence Campbell, and ever since I've been in Boys to Men, my grades been good, and I've been doing right in school, and yeah, that's it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Sharp. teacher of social studies, 8th grade, and I work with Boys to Men. It's a pleasure working with them. It takes special kind of people to work with these kids. But it's an enjoyable job.
Good evening, I'm Bill Jones. I'm a teacher at the middle school. I also enjoy working with these young men, just to be there and help them out, show them the right way, be there to listen is one of the big things. It's a very enjoyable adventure, let's put it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Melton, before you guys sit down, how many students do you actually have in the program right now?
So right now we have signed up about 28, but I brought the young men that are consistent, and there are more. If I'm being honest, I am a strict man. I was in the military my whole life, but they know what kind of person that I am, and so those that didn't show up today were the ones I put on probation.
I got you.
All right.
Just on behalf of all of the board members, I'm sure, thank you guys so much for what you're doing
pleasure.
and for the
Yes,
effort
sir.
you're putting in. Thank you so much.
Sir, it's our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and also sponsors Melton, Sharp, and Jones. We appreciate you being with us this evening. Board members, before you is the civility pledge. If you'll please join me in reciting the pledge as we remember what we are doing and why we do it. I pledge to build a stronger and more effective school board by advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of my school district. I thank you. Board members, is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
Madam Chair, before we make a motion to approve the agenda, I would like to, based on the time constraints that will occur during the upcoming holiday schedule and the requirements contained in the superintendent's employment contract, I move that we amend the agenda to include receipt of legal advice regarding the superintendent's contract tonight during executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to add to executive session for the item of superintendent's contract due to the timelines in the contract. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? One opposed. Motion carries. Please amend the agenda as presented. The chairman's report this evening is the approval of minutes. I entertain a motion to approve the regular board meeting October 15th, the special called board meeting minutes presented October 22nd, and the special called board meeting minutes presented October 29th.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes for the regular board meeting October 15th, the special called board meeting on October 22nd, the special called board meeting on October 29th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Board members, please be aware that the 2025 annual convention for the South Carolina School Board Association will be held February 20th through the 23rd in Myrtle Beach. This will also include new board member orientation, Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Nixon. If you'll please get with Ms. Hyman for registration as soon as you can. Let the minutes please reflect that all board members are present. And at this time, I'll ask Ms. Jessica Williams to come and provide our recognitions, knowing that the recognitions this evening represent our core value. Every member of Team Colleton works for kids and makes important contributions towards becoming a world-class school system. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Chair Whitkin, and I'd like to say good afternoon, good evening to all board members, and good evening to the public and our staff. So happy to see so many of you here with us tonight. It gives me great pleasure to stand before you to do our recognitions, and tonight we will start by recognizing two of our teachers. I really believe that we need to recognize our teachers as much as possible to let them know that we do appreciate all that you do, all all that you go above and beyond in doing for our students and our school district. So tonight, I would like to recognize two teachers, and I know one is here, but I don't see the other one. I think she's sick tonight. But I'm going to ask Mrs. Amy Bondi if she would come forward, please. And I'm going to recognize Miss Chastity North, but I don't think she's with us tonight. But I want to tell you a little bit about Miss Bondi and what she's involved in. Miss Bondi is a part of a leadership academy called BLAST. And the BLAST Leadership Academy supports and develops teachers to become expert science leaders and teachers. The BLAST program is a 5-year commitment, and only 28 teachers from across the whole state of South Carolina, that's correct, are chosen to be in this program. Well, Colleton County School District has 2 teachers that have been chosen out of 28 for the entire state, so that is awesome. But the Master Teacher Fellows focus on becoming expert science teachers for the first 2 years, and then the last 3 years of the program, these Master Teacher Fellows will focus on developing as leaders and continue to work on honing their leadership skills and their knowledge in leadership. So we would like to congratulate Miss Amy Bondi. If you would please give her a round of applause. For being chosen for this prestigious award.
Thank you, Ms. Bondi. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Congratulations.
Thank you again, Ms. Bondi. If you all would please give Ms. Bondi another round of applause. Working every day and then participating in this program, committing for 5 years, that says a lot. So thank you again, Ms. Bondi, and thank you again to Ms. North in her absence. All right, our next recognition is for our famous Band of Blue, Big Blue, and I want to, first of all, ask all members of the band, our band director, Mr. Tommy Finnegan, and all of his staff, if you all would please stand at this time. Let's give all of our Band of Blue members a big round of applause. So I'm going to read something concerning the band, and then I'll ask Mr. Finnegan to just come up and talk a little bit about the band and some of the things that they've accomplished this year. But the Band of Blue, first of all, they were recognized at the county council meeting last week as well. So I wanted to mention that. But the Band of Blue is a 9-time 4A South Carolina Band Association, Directors Association state champion, and has been a SCBDA 4A finalist every year since 1975. The Band of Blue is a Bands of America regional finalist, has performed in the Tournament of Roses Parade, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, 1 presidential inauguration, and 4 state gubernatorial inaugurals. The Band of Blue has earned superior ratings in concert and jazz performance assessment and has been a Carolina Winter Ensemble champion in Winter Guard and Winter Percussion. The Band of Blue marched in the 2008 and 2019 Cherry Blossom Parade and has marched in the 2010, 2013, 2017, and 2024 In-Dominion Mardi Gras Parade in New Orleans. And I would like to highlight that our band came in 5th place in the state of South Carolina, and they also placed 2nd place in Lower State. So at this time, I would like for Mr. Finnegan to come forward, and we would like for all of the Band of Blue members and staff that are here to come in the middle here so that we can recognize you and thank you for all of the work, the hard work that you've done to accomplish all that you've accomplished this year.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you, school board. We really appreciate this. I want to, first of all, thank Ms. Williams and her staff and Dr. Wright, Dr. Jenkins for all the support that we get from the district office. And also want to say thank you to our admin team at CCHS with Ms. Bodison and our principals at Colleton County High School for the amount of support they give to us. But without forgetting anyone else, the parents I have here, if they would please stand. I have several of my Booster Club officers, and most of them, in fact, all of them that are here, have been in the Band of Blue, so that says a lot. And the other thing I'd like to recognize is I've got a great staff, and this has never been a one-man show, but I couldn't do this without some awesome band directors that I have working for me. Our associate director is Mr. Nick Infinger. Mr. Infinger writes the music for the Band of Blue now. He arranges our music and does a great job with our middle school program. Mr. Nick Infinger. I have two other assistant band directors, Mr. Clay Blackwood, who's our assistant band director and our percussion instructor. He's still at the high school because we had winter percussion ensemble practice, so some of them didn't make it out in time, and he's not here. And then Miss Kathy Messick, who does beginner band and assistant band director, she just had surgery yesterday, so our thoughts and prayers are with her. She's okay, but Miss Messick's been doing this a little bit longer than me, actually. And but I certainly don't want to forget the rest of our staff. And one of the cool things is I have several former students now working with us that were students in the Band of Blue that are now teaching music in Colleton County schools. And I certainly want to recognize them at this time. I've got Miss Taylor Fussell at Forest Hills. I've got Mr. Anthony Crimley at Northside Elementary. I've got Mr. Cody Dalton that's at Forest Hills Elementary. And Joelle Glopinski is not one of my former students, but she's actually a band person, and she's now at Blackstreet Elementary. Having these former students come back and put back into the program what they got out of it is tremendous, and they've done a great job. I also want to recognize the rest of our staff, and that's Jacob Havers, Will Finnegan, and George Ritchie, along with Mr. Jason Johnson and Callie Rhodes and Lily Boyer that help us with our color guard. And real quick, I'm just going to call out some names because we have a great senior class. To have 27 seniors in the Band of Blue says a lot, especially after what we went through with COVID. Last year I had 7 seniors. So to have 27 seniors that have stuck with us and really done what they had to make the band great has just been awesome. So I'm going to call these out real quick. Jade Admonson, Stephen Arnold, Miracle Barksdale, Princeton Brooks, Jada Christian, Michaela Conley, Giselle Cortez, Shania Crosby, Julie DeShane, Avery Foresca, Alex Green, Logan Hale, Carla Harrison, Jasmine Hernandez, Nora Holmes, Dominic Jackson, Andre Jenkins, Josh King, Victoria Lopez, Ethan Nichols, Sean Nunez, Gus Sanchez, Catherine Sanchez, Shannon Smoke, Willis Stivender, Tibby Wallen, and Nora Yanoznik. That's the class of 2025. I have one or two that are not seniors up here. I see Zach Blue's there in the middle, and that's okay too, because we've got 130 total members in the Band of Blue. So I just invited the seniors, but Zach was here tonight because his mom and dad are very big officers in the Booster Club. So, but we had a great year, and once again, Colleton County School District, thank you for the support. We really appreciate it. Ms. Williams, thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for loving it. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Hang in there. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Go Big Blue. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Big Blue.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you for all that you do.
Congratulations.
You got to stick them like that.
Congratulations, young man. Congratulations.
Big Blue.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Thank you, young lady, for what you do.
Thank you for everything. But you still stop.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Welcome. How are you? It's been a long time.
Bye. All right, thank you, board members. This concludes our staff and student recognitions for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Hyman, do we have any public input? Okay. What is that?
Madam Chair, I know we don't have any public comment, but if we could just do a moment of silence for the Forest Hills Elementary family, and there'll be more details later, but I understand the obituary for the third grade student is at Herndon's Funeral Home, and they'll be given information later. But could we please do a moment of silence for that school family and that family? Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, there is no unfinished business presented. Under new business, the Delegate Assembly, that's the South Carolina School Board Association Delegate Assembly held in December, and Mr. Darrell Irwin is our delegate. Mr. Irwin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. School board members, I think, Ms. Hyman, I think I sent the right link last night. Was that correct? For the school board handbook. So hopefully all of our board members have had an opportunity. I know the handbook is lengthy, but this year the School Board Association Delegate Assembly is proposing 31 resolutions with some change or some amendment either to the resolution or to the rationale for the resolution. There are 3 proposed new resolutions, and there are 3 resolutions that are being proposed to be deleted. So hopefully you had an opportunity to look through those. It is my privilege in December the 7th to represent this board as a member of the Delegate Assembly. So I just want to make sure if there are any questions or comments or concerns about any of those resolutions that our board has, I want to make sure that I can adequately express those. So if you have any questions or concern, I would welcome them at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin, for being our representative there. I know it's a lot of information to take in and bring back to us, and we appreciate you being there to make those decisions that are required of us.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you. If you would, board members, if you find anything, please contact Mr. Irwin between now and the 1st of December. We have no policy items for first reading. Policy items for second reading, Mr. Irwin.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is policy JICJ. It is the same policy for the possession and use of electronic communication devices in schools. As our board members are aware, our South Carolina government has passed a law that says that we have to enact this policy, and it is something that we have been looking at. Our policy is already in place, but I just think since we have 2 new board members and this is such an important policy for us, we need to give them time to look at this and be able to ask any questions or have any input in this, as well as just on the advice of or in consultation with our legal counsel. Madam Chair, I just think at this time it's best if we table this second reading of this policy until our December meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to table the second reading for policy JICJ. Is there any discussion? Just want to request that a copy of the policy with the proposed amendments, both current and anything that has changed, can be sent as soon as possible so new board members can take a look at that policy. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. The business is tabled at this time and passed unanimously. Superintendent's report, Ms. Williams. As she comes forward, the superintendent's report is represented with a core value: effective leadership, supports learning, and optimal performance for all students.
Thank you again, Chair Whitkin. And I My report tonight starts with a recap of our celebration that we had on November 7th, where we celebrated our school's progress on the South Carolina State Report Cards with a Colleton on the Move celebration. And we held that celebration at Colleton County High School in the Performing Arts Center. It was a very successful celebration, which we acknowledge each of our schools for their progress. We were very, very honored to have our state superintendent, Mrs. Ellen Weaver, as our special guest. She gave special congratulatory words to our staff and encouraged us to continue working towards excellence. And this next picture is a picture of our state superintendent, Ellen Weaver, along with our transformational coach, Ms. Monique Smalls, along with our school board members and our city and county officials. And I just want to thank all of our school board members for being present, and our county and city officials. Some of them are not in this picture because they had already left before we took the picture, but it was a great night of celebration. On the next slide, I just wanted to just acknowledge those schools that we acknowledged that night for their accomplishments. Honorable mentions went to Bells Elementary, Northside Elementary, Colleton County Middle School, Blackstreet Early Childhood Center, and Colleton County Academy for Success. And some may wonder, well, why did we, recognize Blackstreet Early Childhood Center and Colleton County Academy for Success when they don't have school report card ratings? Well, they may not have school report card ratings, but Blackstreet is very instrumental in preparing our babies and giving them the foundational skills that they need in order to succeed when they get to those tested grades so that they can perform well. And then our Colleton Academy for Success also helps equip our students with those social emotional learning needs that they have, and also they continue with the academics as well in that particular environment. On the next slide, we honored our schools for improving their ratings, and those schools included Cottageville Elementary, who increased their overall rating from below average to average, and also Colleton County High School, who increased their overall rating from unsatisfactory to below average, in addition to increasing the graduation rate from 75.9% to 78.2%. And then on the next slide, the most improved school was Hendersonville Elementary School. They improved their school report card rating by 16 points. They went from unsatisfactory to average, so they went up 2 categories, which was phenomenal. And then we also recognized Forest Hills Elementary School for having the highest report card rating in the district. And I know that most of you that are sitting here already have this information, but I wanted to make sure that the public is aware of our progress, and any way that I can express it, I do so. And I want everyone to know that an article is in last week's Press and Standard. It's digital and it's in paper copy that you can purchase one just to have as a keepsake for the wonderful progress our school district has made.
Ms. Williams, just congratulations for the great effort that your staff did with pulling that event together, and we were so honored to have our state superintendent there and her kind words of encouraging us to continue to move forward. I think she saw maybe a different perspective than she had seen in Colleton County from just reading the news.
Yes.
So it was great that you invited her and she was able to be there with us. I'd just like to echo for those that weren't there that she applauded us, but also stretched us for a school in Greenwood that was 87% poverty, an elementary school that went to excellent. And I look forward to hearing good things about that school as well as Williamsburg. I know we've read things about their scores, particularly algebra, that excited me, and can't wait to hear how they're getting to those excellent levels.
Yes, thank you. And actually, I do have some information about that in my report tonight, but thank you, Ms. Strobel, for that. And also, I want to thank the staff again for their awesome just assistance in making sure that we had a wonderful night. So, as I've mentioned and I've previously stated, we are elated about our accomplishments, but we also know that we still have a lot of work to do because we are on a continuous improvement journey. And I've stressed this to our school administrators, to our teachers, to our staff, that yes, we've made this progress, but we cannot stop. We have to continue because we don't want to go backwards. We want to keep this trajectory going forward. So on the next slide, you will see this is specific that the district does have 3 average schools, but we also have 4 below average schools. And average means that those schools have met the criteria for meeting the profile of a South Carolina graduate. Below average indicates that those schools are in jeopardy of not meeting the criteria. For those schools that are scoring below average, the State Department requires that the district consult with school and community stakeholders to review and revise the school and district strategic plan with the assistance of the School Improvement Council. A turnaround plan or a continuous improvement plan must be approved by the school board and submitted to the State Department Office of School Transformation by January 30th of 2025. Next slide. In addition to the school and district requirements, the State Department is also required to implement a tiered system of providing technical support or professional development and monitoring. And these tiers are determined by an index rating that they utilize, and they utilize the number of consecutive cycles a school or district has been designated for improvement. So on the next slide, you will see those specific tiers, and there are 4 tiers of support, and they range from universal support to more directed, coordinated support, wherein they may assume governance and control of leadership, instruction, operations, talent, and climate of a school district. So we were in jeopardy of being in tier 4, but because of our improvement, we are now in tier 2. So we will be receiving tier 2 support from the State Department, which is specialized support, wherein the State Department will help analyze our school or district data and provide access to services to meet the specific needs of the school and the district. So we are receiving that support in the form of a transformational coach, Mrs. Monique Smalls, who is with us almost every day, working with our schools, working with our administrators. And I'm not sure if the State Department is going to require the school leaders to participate in professional development as they did last year. We had to participate in virtual professional development along with other districts like ours. That has not been communicated to me yet. But I wanted to tell you that as we continue on this improvement journey, we will continue, you can go to the next slide, we will continue to focus on those interventions and acceleration as we have done this year, to include revising our strategic plan and our turnaround plans. And we plan to communicate, just as we did last year, our plans to the public, and we also plan to do quarterly updates to the board as well. So on the next slide, we will continue to focus on our data as we've done in the past. We will continue to participate in the iReady Principals Academy, where we monitor our data. We also perform classroom observations by our administrators and on the district level. And we plan to visit other schools across the state and school districts who have had excellent ratings or good ratings. As a matter of fact, we have a visit scheduled for tomorrow. Myself, Dr. Jenkins, Mrs. Hedden, and also Mrs. McDonald, we will be traveling to Williamsburg County tomorrow to meet with Superintendent Kevin Wims and to just talk with him about, how they made the progress that they made so that we might be able to implement some of those strategies ourselves. And then we also have plans for Pinecrest Elementary School. I think it was elementary school, right? Yeah, elementary school, that we will be exploring that school as well. So I just want to let the board know that our plan is to continue the strategies that we implemented to see the progress that we've made this year. We don't plan to change anything. We will update our plans with new benchmark data based on our data that we received this year. And, you know, we might tweak a few things, but overall, we plan to continue with what we've instituted, because research tells you that it takes about 3 years to see really good results from new strategies that you've implemented. So we plan to do that as well.
Ms. Williams, I'm sorry, I didn't see that in the notes. Did I miss hearing who's going from the school level?
No, you didn't. We're going to visit the superintendent tomorrow, so district level staff will be participating tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions concerning our continuous improvement journey?
Ms. Williams, with regards to the turnaround plan that must be approved by the board by January 30th, is that turnaround plans just for our below average schools?
Yes, those plans are just for the below average schools. However, we will require all of our schools to continue with their plans. They may not be called turnaround plans, but all of our schools will have continuous improvement plans.
Okay. So the board will hear from those schools at the January meeting for approval?
So basically, I will provide the board with those plans. So you will get those plans for you to review, and you will need to approve those plans so that we can send it to the State Department by January 30th. So as far as hearing from the schools, we will implement the same updates that we did last year. Like each school will come before you each month to just kind of talk about their plan and give you an update on the progress that they're making towards their plan.
Okay. At some point, when time allows, the schools that are average and hearing their continuous plans as well, although abbreviated or maybe not the same, would be appreciated.
Most definitely, not a problem. Any additional questions concerning our continuous improvement journey? All right. So I have 2 slides left to talk about. I just want to update the board on 2 grants that the district has acquired. The first grant is a Pathways Club grant through the Peter R. Marsh Foundation, and the purpose of this grant is to encourage leadership, community service activities of high school students. So this grant is being awarded to CAS, our Colleton Academy for Success, and those students will provide community service to Edgewood Baptist Church to support their community food bank. So I want to acknowledge and thank Dr. Dandy Daniels for her work in acquiring this grant for the district. The grant basically pays for a facilitator to work with the students, and that facilitator can be someone that already works with them to do that extra leadership work outside of the school day. So we're very happy to have acquired that grant for the district. And then on the next slide, we've also received a school facilities safety grant through the South Carolina Department of Education. And this particular grant will provide $69,210 to our district to purchase storage pouches for cell phones. And I want to acknowledge and thank Dr. Wright for his work in acquiring this grant for the district as well. And this concludes my report. I will be happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Ms. Williams, if I could, I have one thing I have to address, or else I'll probably be in trouble tonight. It has been brought to my attention by several parents of students who are graduating this year that we are potentially going to be having our graduation inside. I am getting a lot of concern because if we have an inside graduation, there will be limited seating, and all the grandparents and parents and siblings will not be able to attend. If at all possible, I would suggest maybe reaching out to the senior class parents and seeing maybe a preference. I know we were talking about having a night graduation, and I think our stadium would be beautiful at night. We've got a multi-million-dollar stadium, bright lights, nice cool afternoon graduation would be great. Having a child who will graduate this year, I would hate that I'm going to have to divvy up tickets and tell one set of grandparents they can come and the other they can't, or one sibling that they can come but the other sibling can't. So it does concern me, and it's also a concern of the citizens who have children that we're having it inside. I understand weather. If we have to do a backup, I get that, but I would prefer if we could look into that and reach out to at least the graduating class and maybe see what the preference is for the class.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Stivender, for bringing that to my attention. I will definitely get with Mrs. Bodison first to, just talk about, if there was a survey that was sent first, and then we can move forward from there. But thank you so much.
And I haven't personally laid eyes on it, but I know there was a petition going around to change it from indoor to outdoor, and I don't know how many signatures they had on it or whatever, but it was definitely brought to my attention.
Okay, thank you so much. I will make sure that I reach out to Ms. Bodison first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Williams, if I can add to that, just in addressing the concern, and I know it's been brought to the board before, graduation concerns, parking, traffic, location, those type of things. Just to clarify, that's not a function of this board.
Right.
That is a function of
the school.
Of Colleton County High School. So,
it is.
The concern is been expressed, but that is ultimately not a decision for the board to make. And I just make sure the public knows that we can carry those concerns to individuals and let the school address them as needed, but it's not a function of the board to make those decisions.
Okay. I do have one overnight field trip to ask for your approval of, and it should be in your packet. It is field trip number 3703, and the trip is being requested by the Beta Club, and they are going to the Beta Club State Convention. The school that's requesting it is Bells Elementary School. The trip sponsor is our Teacher of the Year, Ms. Bonnie Hunt. The trip dates are January 20th, 2025 through January 22nd. There are 26 students who are going on this trip, along with 6 adults. And the cost per student and adult is $50. The convention is in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And attending this convention supports the goal of developing well-rounded students who embody the qualities of leadership, responsibility, and academic excellence.
Superintendent Williams, I fully intend on making a motion to approve this, but I just have a question for clarity. If this is the Beta Club State Convention, why are we only taking students from Bells Elementary?
Well, this particular request came from Bells Elementary. I'm not aware of any other requests from the middle or high school that I'm aware of. This is the only one that I received.
So is Bells the only one that has a Beta Club chapter, the only one of our elementary schools, or do all of our elementary schools have Beta Club chapters?
So I don't think all of them do.
Okay.
I know in the past Northside had a Beta Club at one time. Correct me if I'm wrong, staff members. Do you all know of any other school that has a Beta Club?
again, I fully intend to make a motion to approve this. if we have other beta clubs in our elementary schools, I hope they're given the same opportunity. And maybe that's not what this is. Maybe Bells was the only ones who earned the right or was invited or whatever. But I just want to make sure if we have other beta club students that they're also, I was in beta club and I never got to go to a state convention. So I just, I want to make sure all of our kids who are eligible for that get that opportunity.
Most definitely, and we can check into that.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the field trip ID 3703 as presented.
Second. Thank you. Motion is made and seconded to approve the overnight field trip 3703 as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. This ends my report.
Ms. Williams, I just wanted to ask the 2025-2026 school calendar, is that in the works, and when can that be presented for board
approval? It is. Actually, the Office of Technology is working on that for us this year, and a draft has already been drafted. What we're doing is we're going to get feedback. So draft A has been drafted, and it's based on our calendar that we currently have. So the dates were just changed to reflect next year. So what we're doing is we're getting feedback from our staff and administrators to see what draft B or draft C could look like, and then we're going to do surveys in December, and my plan is in January to present it to the board so that you all will have the recommendation from the staff. I'm going to ask for staff recommendations. Well, the staff will complete the survey this year, and I'll bring that to you in January so that you can vote on whatever drafts we bring to you at that time.
Superintendent Williams, on that topic, I know I am probably fixing to be the most hated person in Colleton County. Can we at least consider making it a draft or making it part of our survey? One of the complaints that I get all the time is how early we start to school and how late we get out, right? And I know that with our hybrid schedule, we start early and all that. There was a time, I am told by people much older than I, that public school did not start until the Tuesday after Labor Day, and they were always out in May. Could we look at the potential, just offer it as in the survey or offer it as maybe part of the draft, a reduced calendar as far as the reduced number of breaks that we take during the academic year so we can begin school later and get out earlier? Okay. I understand that is going to be a very unpopular opinion. I know our teachers enjoy the many breaks that we have, but I wonder if parents and community members maybe, and students even, having a longer summer, if maybe that would be something. I know that's going backwards. I know that's the way it used to be done, but I just wonder if we could at least have that for some consideration.
We definitely can. So a reduced calendar to reduce the breaks, and start later and get out earlier.
Sure, yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, the only way you can make that happen is to get rid of all of our breaks that we love so much.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. But, we can definitely have that as a draft because they're all going to the staff for a vote.
We're throwing out opinions here, and Mr. Irwin gave his, and I know that you have a team that will help you administer options for the survey, and the survey is incredibly important, has been always a part of how we've created this calendar. Right. However, there has to be a consolidated version. You can't give 10 versions for review and options. As Mr. Irwin was talking, I'm looking right at Mr. Bradley, and I know when we start, I think you were talking about the school day starting later, and I was remembering when our district looked at that staggered start for the benefit of the transportation needs of our district. Certainly provide opportunity for what Mr. Irwin offered or suggested, that there's room for that. But we have to have a school calendar that meets the needs of our students, but also our athletics, and there's so many things to consider, not to.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, I was not talking about changing the start of the school day.
Okay.
I was talking about changing the start of the school year.
Okay, fair.
I don't want to do anything with our times for our school days.
Yeah.
Just shifting it from us starting, I think this year we started August 7th.
1st of
I
August.
think.
We did.
So just looking at shifting that. Sorry for the confusion.
That's fine, and, but if we ask that of our parents and our community, I think that taking that into consideration, but also please limit the number of selections, to 1 or 2. 2 obviously being the ideal number, because you're going to get a lot of opinions. Excuse me, Mr. Nixon.
And just a reminder, that being in the classroom for 1,000 years, you have to go those 180 days for the students and 190 days for the faculty and staff.
Right.
And I remember a time before the war when we would get out of school for Thanksgiving on Wednesday.
Right.
And from Christmas to New Year's Day was Christmas break.
Yeah.
And you said you're going to be unpopular. You're right, because a lot of people plan their vacations during those times, so we have to be very mindful of that. And spring break was basically a long weekend once upon a time. Mm-hmm. And again, when families start planning their trips and holidays, you have to be very cautious of that,
Yes.
so they don't come get all of us.
And just one more point of clarification. I am not asking necessarily that be a part of a draft, just maybe that somehow be incorporated into the survey so we can get people's opinion. If it's a absolutely not, I have to have my breaks during the school year in order to survive, then so be it. But just so we at least can offer that input for our staff, students, and parents.
Most definitely. Okay. Any further questions? All right, thank you. Well, I'm going to go ahead and call our Human Resources Director up, Ms. Hamilton, to come up for her report.
Good evening. Good evening. I first want to acknowledge and apologize for the spelling error on page 3. So just wanted to update you guys on our recruitment efforts in the HR department. So we've been to 10 recruitment fairs to date, and we are happy to say that we will be hiring an art teacher and a PE teacher for Northside Elementary School as soon as they complete their student teaching requirements. Also, we have followed up with 26 of seniors at various colleges and universities. I have also provided you with some upcoming dates. Our sick leave bank is currently open for all teachers and staff that are, let me digress, for all staff members and employees that are online. Our sick leave bank open enrollment period is open through November the 22nd, and we strongly encourage you to become a member of the sick leave bank. Also, our listening labs, HR listening labs, our listening tours have been going phenomenally well. We've gleaned a lot of information. We share some of those things with Ms. Williams. The things that we can immediately correct, we are trying to do. We are at Collegeville Elementary School tomorrow. We did part 2 of our tour of the high school today. We gleaned some information that we need to share with Superintendent Williams. And then, again, we'll be at Collegeville, and then before Christmas, we'll be at Blackstreet. So we're happy to say that. We're gleaning information early and trying to intervene early. Ms. Fanchette has conducted some evaluation training. As you know, all staff must be evaluated, and all certified staff must be evaluated on the ADEPT 4.0 rubric. And so she conducted that training with 17 of our certified staff, with the exception of, all schools were represented with the exception of TCTC, because they already have they have already met the quota for certified staff. And that's all I have for you. Any questions for me?
Excited about Northside finally getting those teachers. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if this question is for Ms. Hamilton or for Superintendent Williams, but I just wonder, would it also be appropriate for the school board to get that information that's gleaned during those learning labs as well?
Sure, we have it delineated in such a manner that we can share it with you without disclosing. Sure.
Awesome, thank you.
Anything else?
Just want to say, I think the listening labs are a wonderful addition to your department for our district. Colleton cares, and this is your opportunity, staff, to be able to share your concerns now and have our district do something about them. So just appreciate the effort. Question for you, how can staff appropriately be relieved of their responsibilities in order to get with you in the listening lab?
So our principals have been setting it up. So is either doing a scheduled planning period already. So that's what happened at one school. At the high school, they just trickled in as they could on their breaks. And I'm telling you, they're coming to talk, and we are taking notes, and we are immediately coming back to Superintendent Williams saying these are, so we brainstorm in our department about these are some plausible solutions, and then we run them by her, and then we immediately try to implement a resolution to some of the things. And some of the things are going to be long-term, but I cannot wait to share the data with you guys.
Terrific.
Yep.
Thank you.
I just want to say, as Mrs. Hamilton has noted, we're just really elated about these listening labs. As she said, we've already implemented some of the things that our staff has talked about, and we're very excited to try to implement other things that they have noted. I think it's a good step in the right direction for retention purposes, and to let our staff know that we're listening, because their voices are very important. So I just want to thank Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Fanchette for the work that they're doing and the timely feedback that they're giving me of their tours. So thank you.
There is one nugget I would like to share with you guys from the listening lab we held this afternoon, but I would like to do it in executive session. Okay?
Thank you.
At this time, I ask that Ms. Barrett come up with the finance report.
Good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
You have my financial report. I will be glad to entertain any question that you may have at this time. Okay.
Board members, you have before you the finance report and also all of Ms. Barrett's reports. Including monthly revenue, monthly budget, and the capital project. Is there a motion to approve the monthly revenue report?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the monthly revenue update.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to approve the monthly revenue report as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? 2 opposed. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the monthly budget report.
Is there a second? I second it. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the monthly budget report as presented, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? 2 opposed, carries 5-2.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the capital budget report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to approve the monthly capital project report as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? Motion fails 3-4. Any other questions for Ms. Barrett? At this time, I'll call on our interim assistant superintendent, Dr. Cordelia Jenkins, for the Academic and Student Affairs Report. As she comes forward, the Academic and Student Affairs Report is represented in the core value. Our core purpose is teaching and learning.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, School Board members, and Superintendent Williams, good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, you have a copy of my report from the Divisions of Academic and Student Affairs. However, I would like to highlight details from the Office of Curriculum and Instruction and the Office of Student Support Services. Next slide. I want to begin by outlining the work of our liaison from the State Department of Education to explain what she's doing in order to support our district and school leaders. She continues to work with school principals by conducting instructional rounds, which are classroom observations, to ensure best practices for Tier 1 instruction. Our liaison participates with iReady, Principals Academy, and Professional Development. She assists in planning the data meetings with our Assessment and Accountability Coordinator and Director of Teaching and Learning. Our liaison continues to work with the Interim Assistant Superintendents weekly, and she recently met with Superintendent Williams to discuss the state of the district. Our transformational coach, she collaborated with school and district leaders to finalize and submit our continuous improvement plans for Northside Elementary School and Colleton County High School, and she also assisted in submitting our district's ATSI plans, which brings us to the next slide. To expound a little further on our designations, ATSI and priority. ATSI means additional, targeted, and improvement. Schools with this designation include schools with one or more subgroups of students performing at or below the 5th percentile or the highest performing comprehensive support and improvement school in the state, meaning the test takers scored higher than only 5% of the other test takers in this group, indicating a very low score compared to the majority of the students who took the test. ATSI schools have low performance subgroups that are identified every 3 years. Priority schools are those performing at or below the 10th percentile among all schools in the state when separated by type. These schools are also identified every 3 years in alignment with the state's interim target cycles. These identified schools receive fundings based on ADM, the average daily membership, and submit an improvement plan for each school. Our next slide. In identifying the schools for our districts, we currently have 4 schools identified as ATSI, which are Cottageville Elementary School, Forest Hills Elementary School, Hendersonville Elementary School, and Colleton County Middle School. We currently have 2 schools identified as priority status. That's Northside Elementary School and Colleton County High School. From the Office of Student Support Services.
Dr. Jenkins?
Yes.
If I can just ask, are we up to date on any reports we have to turn in for those schools that are designated?
Yes, we are. We're up to date on the submission of all, but the approval of the continuous improvement plan. However, we're waiting to get a thumbs up from the ATSI plans.
And then how soon after that do we get funds?
I don't know. I would have to check and see.
You can just keep us updated. Thank you.
I will. Okay.
And to follow up with Ms. Treble's question, so ATSI and priority schools both will receive additional funding as well as assistance from the state based on the plans that we submit?
Yes.
Yes, those schools receive additional support, and they also receive funds as well that they can use for certain things like interventionists, other instructional supplies, and other things of that nature.
Okay.
But those plans have been submitted. We did receive assistance in writing the plans and making sure the plans were correct by our state transformational coach, Ms. Smalls, worked very diligently with me and Dr. Jenkins to write those plans. They were actually started a little while ago, and then we finished the plans up. I think it was last week, was it?
Yes, it was.
That we finished and submitted the plans.
If I may request that as the board, it's required that we have board approval for the turnaround plans for below average schools. Could we also receive as part of their turnaround plan and the board acceptance or approval of those to receive just how the schools will use the funding that will be provided for ATSI and the priority
Sure,
schools?
not a problem at all.
Just so that we know how
We can do
they
that.
are.
Okay.
And I'm not requesting, review of what you just submitted, but just something that says, okay, with these funds that we're getting, this is how each of these schools is going to apply added instruction or
Most
how to
definitely,
address
we can
these
do that.
issues.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to add to that, once we know the funding, and if it's an appropriate way, you can share the budget that goes along with that.
Yes, no problem. We'll share the allocations per Superintendent Williams' guidance. All right. Okay. Student support services. Impact updates. We have, first of all, I would like to begin by sharing what impact means, what it stands for. Interventions and measures promoting academic and character traits. The impact program is our MTSS tiered 3 support for our elementary students in grades 3 through 5. Our impact staff are currently conducting school visits. During those visits, they visit classrooms and meet with teachers during PLCs to discuss behavioral expectations and best practices for redirecting negative behaviors. 3 students have been approved to transition to impact. 2 of those students began today. 7 applications are currently being reviewed, and they're pending approval. This concludes my report.
Question real quick. How many students are currently in the impact program, counting the 2?
We do not have any students officially enrolled there. They are providing supports for 1 student who attends Forest Hills Elementary School. However, the 2 that transitioned today, those are the 2 students that are officially enrolled in impact.
Okay, so we're offering that program for 3rd through 5th. Is there a reason why we don't offer it for our younger students?
Well, we wanted to be, Ms. Superintendent Williams, would you like to expound on that? Are you?
Go ahead.
Okay.
And the reason I asked that is because it's such a small number. I'm just curious if there are students in, first grade or second grade that could benefit from the program. Would it benefit us to offer it for all until we get more than we can handle?
It was our goal to start small, and I assure you, we have several applications that are pending. Okay. And it will reach the capacity of what we recommended for that program. It's just that we have to set logistics for those children and get approvals from parents for the children to transition there successfully.
Just because I have no idea, what are we targeting number-wise? Like, what's a good number, do you think, that we could?
To max. It was originally planned for 12 to 14 children.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
We wanted to keep those numbers small so that those kids could get the targeted interventions that they need. We have a max of about 15 students to go into the program. The staff that is in, that's working in the program, when they don't have students, they are pushing into other schools to observe and to help with interventions of those students as well. Our PBIS person that is at Impact was actually working with other PBIS staff members to help them with some of the issues and different things that they're having at their schools as well. But to answer your question, yes, we are trying to keep that number low just to make sure that those kids receive the interventions that they need, because some may need great support and we want to make sure that they receive it.
Okay.
I would like to make a comment and then a recommendation. The comment is it is time to change from 3rd to 5th to K5 through 5th or whatever it is. And it is also time for us to up the capacity on this impact program. As I'm looking through this report and I see the attendance updates, I don't know what our attendance was before 2017, but for the last 8 years, our attendance has declined to the point that now we are 45-day report is 4,500 students. And I can't help but believe that the reason why we are losing some of our students is because of some of the discipline issues that we have in our district. So we need to maximize this impact program, and we need to maximize our alternative setting for our middle school and high school students as well. My request would be, I know, Madam Chair, we have so much going on this month and in December, but maybe at the turn of the year, if this board could get a presentation on exactly how those kids are recommended and processed through. It kind of worries me a little bit that we have several students that have been referred, but yet they're not in the program yet. So if there's a way that maybe when things slow down just a little bit, we can be updated on the process for getting those kids, once they're referred from the school level by a principal. I'm not sure, other than the legal channels that we have to go through, that there should be any roadblocks. We trust our principals in their buildings, and I think once we get those recommendations from the building level principal, that those should kind of be expedited. So as things slow down, I would love for us to get a presentation on how that works. Thanks.
And I would just like to say thank you, Mr. Irwin. As far as expanding our program, we have to take funding into consideration, because when we expand the program with the number of students, then we'll have to expand the number of employees as well. So I just wanted to, bring that to the forefront, because we might have to make additional decisions in order to fund it.
And I appreciate that acknowledgement, Superintendent Williams, but just me and my financial status, I have no problems with us doing that, but it may come at the expense of some of the other positions that we have that maybe we don't need, or that are not quite as important as these impact programs that we have. So just because we may need more staff doesn't necessarily mean we have to spend more money. Maybe we just need to allocate our finances differently.
And this might be happening, but I just wonder, I appreciate your update tonight, if we can continue to do that to make people aware that we have this, because it was just piloted last year. So I wonder if the awareness is there, when we're meeting with the faculty, making a presentation, is there a flyer, are we making people aware? And this is not just for behavior. We thought this would support students that need that smaller environment for a period of time for whatever reason, So I'm just curious, if we've gotten enough information out for people to understand, why we value this opportunity that we put forth as a pilot, and now, staffed and have good folks that want to help with kids in that setting.
Okay. So do you want to talk about how we gave this information at the beginning of the year? And we've sent the information out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All school leaders, they are aware, and teachers, they are internally aware of this MTSS step. And it's once children, after proper documentation and after proper interventions from Tier 1, Tier 2, from the classroom to additional support that is given to the children with extra interventions. Once they get to the Tier 3, when it doesn't require them going to a hearing officer, I'm just letting you know there's two distinct pathways, and it's just distinctly different. It's not punitive. It's there to help children reset. Restorative practices are taught, children circles, discussions, just helping children reset so that they could one day go back to their home school and be successful. So it's not a punitive process. It's Tier 3 to MTSS, and that's one thing I would like to reiterate, because sometimes even internally individuals get it confused with the punitive steps for children being placed there. But just know we are monitoring the transition, the referral process, and I'll be glad to share that in a future school board meeting, just so you would know the process and be able to ask any questions about it. But internally, all of our school leaders and the teachers who are supporting children in that tiered process to redirect behaviors, we all are familiar with this impact process and the referral process. They know how to document for referring to children. And again, we have 3 children that's already approved to go, and we have 7 or 8 applications waiting.
And also, we're going to reiterate that process at our principals meeting on Thursday.
Because I like hearing you say that the purpose of the impact program is there to help children. I just want to make sure that that is available for all of our children, no matter their age or their grade level. That needs to be remedied, so it's not just for 3rd through 5th. It needs to be for any child who has that need, so we can help the children that are in need. And again, it sounds like the school level has to do several steps before it ever comes to a referral. I'm not sure why, once it comes to a referral, why there would be any kind of delay or anything in that. So again, just that I love hearing you say that it's there to help the children, and if we can just make sure that we maximize that to help as many children as we can.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that in conversation of the creation of the agenda, it was suggested that the impact program be added in your report. So appreciate that update, and that the alternative program for secondary will be a presentation, Ms. Williams, that we intend to provide board members in the month of December. So this is, again, elementary alternative program, and then the board will receive some updates on the accomplishments thus far, this year's status of this year's alternative program for secondary. If I may go back to the previous slide, that is our enrollment. I know that day 45 has come, and we have that documented. That's an important day. Dr. Jenkins, the next enrollment day from the State Department that is clearly identified, that
the 90-day.
90-day.
The 90-day report. And I can't tell you which date that is.
Okay, that's all right.
But I'll let you know.
Okay. I know our kindergartners celebrate the 100th day, so 10 days before that. But also, just if we can hear in coming months more of the Department of Student Services intent to work on enrollment, what we're doing, because the graph that is shown to us on the decline, we may not be able to do anything to gain the students that we've lost, but we want to be able to stop the increases. And so being able to, and I think our current success academically should be able to prove to our community why this school district is the best place to educate your child. And alternatives don't need to be sought. You need to come back to us, and we're the best place to handle the needs of your children. So we need to be able to share that more, and I want to hear more about what our district is doing to get every child back into our classrooms.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you go, I have one more thing. It was, and maybe you can dispel this or steer me in the right direction. Are we going to continue our early college program? Because I was told that we were not, and that's concerning to me, especially having had a child who has benefited from that program tremendously. It cost me $0 for my child to graduate high school with an associate's degree, and for us to, if it's at any fault of us to do away with that program, that is alarming to me. And I was told this by someone whose child is top 3 in their class, and they're considering removing that student from our district because that will no longer be an opportunity. Going back to what Sharon just said, if we're taking away these opportunities, if it's the college and they say we can't do it anymore, so be it. But if it's any fault of ours, I would like for us to look into what we can do to fix that.
Most definitely will, Mr. Stivener. As a matter of fact, Linda can tell you, I just told her to reach out to the dean at USC Salk so that we can have conversation.
Great.
I'll keep you updated.
Thank you.
So just out of curiosity, Superintendent Williams, does that mean that the program has been discontinued?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
It hasn't been discontinued from any signature of mine saying we will discontinue.
Got
So
you.
that's why I need to talk with the dean and just kind of talk about how we can continue that program, because it's an awesome program. Gives students the opportunity to earn college credits in
Yes.
high school. So that's something we want to continue. But I will keep you updated.
Thank you.
Since you're into that, when it was first started, it was, an incentive for Salkehatchie, to have those students, because we discontinued calculus and things that we offered within the school district so that Salk could benefit from those kids, that were able to get some of the life scholarship money and things. So it was beneficial financially to Salk and, of course, to our students and parents. So I would be interested to know why that would not still be the case.
Most definitely. And I will keep you updated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. At this time, I'll call on Assistant Superintendent Dr. Martin Wright for the Operational Management Report. The Operational Management Report represents the Colleton County School District core value: a safe, secure, and positive environment will be conducive for teaching and learning.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board. It is a pleasure to be in front of you tonight to deliver information regarding the Division of Operational Management. Let's advance to slide 1, please. Board members, you have the presentation in front of you. There are a few items I would like to take some time to invest in and then give you an opportunity to ask me any questions you may have regarding any of these projects. First things first, we are coming to the end of ESSER 3, and by December 31st, we will have to have as a district all of expenditures outlined under ESSER 3 completed, submitted to the State Department of Education, and done prior to December 31st, 2024. So it is our objective is to have all of these projects completed, approved, Office of School Facilities approved on or before December 31st, 2024. As you can see from the report under the ESSER projects, you'll see the nail and barbering. You can see in comparison to last month's report, we are at 90% completion of that project, as well as there are some individual statements to give you background on where we are. And more importantly, we are anticipated to have the Office of School Facilities by the South Carolina Department of Education here for final inspection by November 22nd, 2024. Some of the holdups to that project, Madam Chair, members of the board, resulted into the construction construction company having dug deep, and they had some things they had to fix. So the good news is they had to fix it, they had to own it, therefore no money, additional funding came out of our pockets to address those issues, resulting in the previous months on why we did not pass our Office of School Facilities assessment. Since then, there have been substantial work done by the construction company to rectify those concerns, and hopefully by the time we get to the November 22nd inspection, we will have our occupancy of facilities for the TCTC nail and barbering class. Regarding the robotics class,
Dr. Wright, do you mind if I interrupt you just to ask the question
yes,
about nail and barbers? That means we will have classes in that building for second semester.
Right, starting in January.
Terrific. Final inspection, and then we can plan for a grand opening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. More like a ribbon cutting for the governance
classes.
team and the superintendent and guests from the school district.
Just want to be able to highlight that, as well as if we're highlighting TCTC, opportunity to highlight all of the programs that are offered, maybe before the start of the second semester, within the first weeks of January would be ideal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we move forward with the ESSA Facilities Improvement Project, you'll see the outline for the Robotics and Transportation Office. We are at 80% completion. You see there have listed final inspection overhead, including a third-party inspection is scheduled also for Friday, November 22nd, 24. Can you advance to the next slide, please?
Ms. Dr. Wright, can I please ask why that one's 80% and not closer to 90, since the dates are pretty much the same?
It is the recommendation of the Director of Facilities and Operations that this score of 80% is there due to the anticipation of two different inspections, one by the Office of School Facilities and one by the third-party inspecting company that has to come and to review that as well. Madam Vice Chair, did that respond adequately to your question?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll be looking for that completion to catch up with the rest of them.
Party
Yes,
on
ma'am.
Saturday.
We anticipate by the time we get to the December meeting, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, all of these will be at 100% because we really have to close this out, that ESSA funding on or before December 31st, 2024. On the next slide, you have the Black Street Early Childhood Center. We have some substantial work that's been done to the air conditioning ductwork for that school. As you can see, the lowest tier is the test and balance of airflow and of the newly installed system. We're at 75%. So once that component is done and it is passed, all of those numbers from the installation of duct down to the test and balance flow should move from 95%, 75% to 100%. District roofing.
Dr. Wright, just a second. This might come later, so correct me if it does, but since you're talking about Black Street, I'd emailed Superintendent Williams just for an update. She'd given us during the rain that there were 2 classrooms flooded, so if there could be an update tonight, I'd appreciate that. And then I'm concerned if the roof is where we're installing the ductwork, and I know we'd gotten some damage there in a previous storm, and some insurance could be a totally different part, but I'd emailed to find out a little bit more about that update we got on the 2 classrooms that were not being able to be used during the last rain.
Absolutely. It'll be my pleasure, Madam Vice Chair. So at this point, those classrooms are actually in use. Students are back in class, and the remedy for that is that we contracted with an outside company to come and provide support in getting those classrooms and those areas repaired. Let me give you a little background context. It is not actually a roofing issue with that school. It is a flashing issue. What happens with a flashing issue is that when we get substantial amount of rain, the flashing was not properly installed on that side of the building, and so when it rains, the water retreats back into the walls of the actual building, which resulted into a lot of the ceiling tiles being damaged, a lot of those ceiling tiles and water dripping into the classroom, and that was the point of trying to assess what specifically what the problem was with those classrooms, and the assessment resulted in that was a flashing issue with those 2 classrooms that resulted in us getting some immediate attention from a contracting to come and to address that, to fix those issues. Where that came from How did it happen, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair? I have no earthly idea due to historical knowledge. What we're trying to do is remedy and fix it moving forward without giving justification for excuses and getting it done.
Was that covered under any warranty? And you can get back to me if you've got to research that. Was it covered under any warranty? I know we'd be able to get insurance at one point on that roof recently.
We can actually apply for some insurance coverage on that, but in terms of the warranty, that particular issue with the flashing, that was not addressed when the school district engaged in that roofing project. And in that roofing project, there were not delineated strategies to say to take care of A, B, C, or D. And when it came down to that particular area on flashing, that was not an area that warranted an immediate response from the warranty company.
Dr. Wright, just for clarification, we just had roofing work done, but nothing was done to the flashing on the roof?
When you say recently, what do you, can you define, define recently for me, so I'm clear.
Whenever we had roof work done on Black Street, the flashing was not something that was addressed?
No, sir. I think from what my investigation and what I've read and what I've been in contact personally with the company, that particular area regarding to flashing was not covered as a part of the warranty. And when I tell you I've done the research and spent quality time and hours looking over those contracts as well as calling the company, they pretty much denied and say because that was not a part of your scope for your original contract, we will not address it.
So, Dr. Wright, I'm sure you're making close or paying close attention to the inspections you get, I think, weekly for this roof, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I can tell you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, that when it came down to this project, I had a more hands-on with our Director of Facilities, and we structured this through our procurement process that we had the original bid, and then we had 2 sub-bids within that project to make sure that we not only patched this roof, that we covered the entire content of this roof. I give you further context. Over the course of the 2 weeks while the roofs were being worked on, you can tell the contractors when they were uprooting some of the raw materials from the top of that roof, we had areas in the building that began leaking. Once those areas were remedied through that layer of construction, we have experienced no leaks in this building since they've been on that side of the building.
I appreciate that, but I mean the inspection reports we're making sure we've got that documentation that is given to us per the contract. When I read it online, that there's a weekly inspection. So Superintendent Williams, if you could provide a copy of that, I would be interested. I don't know about other board members, but the contract for this roof, so we don't fall to that same maybe error he found on Black Street with warranty. There are weekly inspections included in the scope of work and in the contract language that I've read, because it was like 46 pages or so, it was a long contract, that we are getting weekly inspections from, you know, we need to have that, like a punch list, you know, that we'll know this stuff's being done, and then we have our documentation, flashing, or whatever else we didn't have documentation for at the warranty at Black Street, so they can't say, oh, no, we're not going to fix that. You know, we'd have our documentation, if that makes sense.
Yes,
Dr. Wright.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it does. And Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, you can rest assured that some of the concerns that I've done my homework on from previous projects prior to our time, probably even your time as a governance board, I am working to ensure that those do not catch us in these upcoming projects, such as the ones that you're mentioning. And when we get to the point we have the ending results of this project, we will carry out that punch-out list and make sure that whatever those 2 weeks or a 1-year warranty is activated, and we make sure that through that walkthrough, that if we have leaks, whatever it may be that occurs within that window, we will remediate that immediately without hesitation.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. You and I agree. Experience is the best teacher sometime. I lived in this building.
Be my pleasure, Madam Chair. I think we've learned a lot in the past 4 months on projects that were done, and from those things that we've learned, we know moving forward what not to continue to allow on our projects when we bring them into Carleton County, so we make the best use of the tax dollars when we put them to those different projects. Any other questions from board members regarding the ESSA projects for the district roof and Black Street Elementary? If not, we will proceed on to the next one regarding Carleton County Middle School HVAC system. You can see the percentages there. We are moving forward with that project. We got some good, strong percentages on the different areas to make sure that we cover. A part of the purpose of me bringing this to you is to let you see some of the specific areas that have been part of the contract, so you'll know what we're moving in the right direction with. And out of pure transparency, so our board members will know what we were covering and make sure it's getting done in these projects. So we're almost there. As you can see, when it comes down to heating and air and life safety, that testing and balance is one of the last things that has to be done, and is at 35%. So that testing and balance makes sure that the correct airflow in and out is being done. And when people come in here, you will smell fresh air and you won't have mold and mildew. Regarding Carleton County High School, we will need to, as a district level team, as well as the district's governance team, make the next decision on what we're going to do in terms of getting that portion of the project completed that we are no longer able to fund in the ESSER money. Okay.
Dr. Wright, may I ask a question about the middle school HVAC project?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is just to ask about the damage that was done to our car rider parking lot due to the installation. Is that covered, or how are we going to handle those challenges?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. We are holding the company totally responsible for that damage and or paying us to recover to make that, for us to fix that damage.
Do you anticipate, I know it's hard because that's an area that we wanted to repave and will repave once the bus parking lot is repaved. I hope that was the intent, to hopefully have enough money to do that parking lot as well. How are we going to address the holes and the cones so that it doesn't look like a war zone in our parking lot?
Madam Chair, if I can at this point, I'm going to give you, please accept this response, the teenage texting response. It's called IDK.
Okay.
I don't know right now.
Okay.
But that would be something definitely, Madam Chair, that I will be looking into, and to be able to give the board a very clear answer and clear direction on how we're going to remedy those moving forward, to include, Madam Chair, with the board and the superintendent, us having collaborative conversations about our next level of capital improvement that we need to work on.
I understood. I'm grateful to know just, the project's not complete yet, so you really, another hole could be created through the use of their equipment coming and going. So, but it's a duck and weave situation,
Yes,
just
ma'am.
daily, not knowing, how the traffic patterns are going to be
And then our
formed.
constituents driving there, and they can miss something. And yes, ma'am, I hear you loud and clear, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
If I just could echo Dr. Wright, any improvement you could make on that parking lot. I mean, it wasn't designed well. You weren't here, but, on that curve, it's hard. And as a person that's worked there and a parent that's delivered there,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
echo with Ms. Whitkin that anything we could do with your new ideas to improve
Yes, ma'am.
the safety and aesthetics of that situation.
Yes, ma'am.
It really does create stress for parents
It would be my
and
pleasure.
staff members.
Yes, ma'am, it'd be my pleasure. And that would be one of the areas, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, that if you and the superintendent will allow me, would be a part of our conversation in the future about using our capital improvement fundings to maybe take care of some of those things. We definitely want to get board input and get your head. That's very important to our superintendent, to get that from you all. And so that's coming in the upcoming months. Okay. If we're ready to advance to the Carleton County High School banner, Madam Chair, you will be excited to know that those banners are back up and back in place. You can see the timeline of when they're back in place. We are keeping our fingers crossed for the secular world, but for the spiritual world, we're keeping our fingers up that we have no more hurricanes or winds come through to blow those down again.
They're
But
beautiful.
if they do, we'll be ready to respond appropriately.
I want to thank you for that, because that was probably a concern that I addressed several times. So thank you. I had it actually written down in my notes to, if you didn't bring it up, to mention it. Just a quick question. Was that something we were able to repair, or did we have the company repair that?
We had to bring in a company to come and repair that for us.
Okay.
Yes.
That's great. I'm glad it's back up. I actually had people sending me pictures of it once it was repaired, so Good job.
There was a lot of excitement around seeing those banners back up. I would also just like to publicly tell Madam Chair, you and the board, that when these things need to be fixed and repaired, sometimes our timeline is slowed down by trying to respond appropriately to the companies yesteryears who were responsible for getting this stuff done. What I've literally done was to move forward and say, we've got to get it done, and put the time and the money and energy in finding someone that can give us a quick answer versus waiting weeks and weeks and weeks for these things to get fixed.
Dr. Wright, I'm very concerned that to hear that we had to bring in an outside company to fix this, because again, and I've mentioned this multiple times, if my memory serves me correct, we paid somewhere in the neighborhood of $18,000 for installation of these banners. For $18,000 for installation of banners, they should never fall, no matter what we have. So I would love to see that contract, that how much we actually paid in order to have those repaired, if that can be sent to the board. Also, Dr. Wright, evidently I missed an email somewhere. I am looking at your report that is listed in board docs, and on my report it's a little bit different than the one you have, but it says under CCH's banners, it says the banners experienced some minor damage during the wind events. Can you explain to the board what that damage is and how severe it is?
I think that's probably an old report. So
it is listed for November the 19th, 2024.
If that is the information that you received, Board Member Irwin, that is inaccurate information.
So the banners did not receive any damage?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I think I've covered. Any questions, board members?
One other question.
Yes, sir.
A while back, I asked about the lights on the band field. Were we able to get those remedied?
I have to follow up on that too, because there were so many things on that checklist that may have been one, but I will follow up with you via email through the superintendent.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do believe those lights were repaired, because when I spoke with Mr. Finnegan concerning it, he said that they were, but we'll check and make sure.
It was on my list of things, so I just wanted.
Yes, sir. But to be absolutely certain, we'll give you a response tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Williams, if I know you're taking notes, if we could get an update, next report on the ROTC floor that was recently had some type of resurface or something, because we've gotten some complaints from students that it's already having a problem. So I wasn't familiar with that project, but we could get an update on why it didn't hold up any longer than it did.
Okay, certainly will.
Madam Superintendent, if I can speak to that immediately. Madam Vice Chair, the concerns with that floor, I just did an inspection on that floor with the Director of Facilities and Chief. Thank you. Last week, thank you so much. On last week, and what we've noticed from that floor, the work was done well. It's just that the timing of when that work was done. Let's explain timing. Our high school is 15 years old, and the kind of work that we're looking to have done on that floor that was done, that would have been the kind of work that should have been or could have been done at the inception of the building, so that you won't necessarily see a lot of the small little crevices that you will see in a concrete floor along the way. That floor has been done wonderfully. It's nothing wrong with that floor. However, the issues that I did found is that flooring design and coloring was not carried over into the classrooms. And so we're working on responding to that flooring design being carried over to the classrooms. And I also found some poor quality of work in which some of the contractor allows some of the paint to get on the walls that we're having him to come back and to address.
Dr. Wright, and you may have to get back to me on this. If memory serves me correct, correctly, we paid $10,000 is what was budgeted for the ROTC to be painted. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That floor to be painted. And when I found out, it ended up being the main hall of that ROTC floor and not the classrooms.
So, Dr. Wright, you're telling me this district paid $10,000 to have the main floor of the ROTC wing painted, and that was $10,000?
Absolutely.
We have some issues, I'm afraid, that need to be addressed, because all of those classrooms and that hallway maybe should have been $10,000. For someone to come in and mop paint on the main area of ROTC and that cost this district $10,000, that is very alarming and very concerning.
Yes, sir. Ready to advance to the next slide on the Carlton County Middle School cooling tower. So the good news, board members, with the cooling towers, cooling tower 1 has been repaired. You see the date there. We no longer have the hose going to that place. During the repair of cooling tower 1, we recently discovered, and I discovered, even questioning through maintenance and operations, that cooling tower 2 has not been working, which resulted in cooling tower 1 to have died, because what ended up happening is cooling tower was supplying all of the energy for both cooling towers at that time. And so right now we are currently responding to cooling tower 2, and as of the 12th of this month, that cooling tower 2 should be remedied and completed as well. So just wanted to give you some information that it was not just cooling tower 1, but cooling tower 2 was down as well.
So the parts that we ordered, we were given a report on that. We utilized those parts, and we continue to need these cooling towers even with the new units. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Last but not least, I apologize, not last, we got a couple of more left, water retention pond. And so going around the school district, we noticed that, especially during the heavy rains and during our recent tropical storms, that a lot of our schools all have retaining ponds, and they are required by law to have retaining ponds. But those retaining ponds have accumulated water, excessive grass, bushes, trees, weeds have been growing around those things. And after having done some investigation on this process, and I'm not going to read all this, I'm not going to read any of this to you, Madam Chair, members of the board, you can see this for yourself if this is the correct thing, is that our retaining pond is no longer under the regulation of DHEC. Our retaining ponds across the state of South Carolina are currently under the regulation of the Office of Ocean and Coastal Resource Management. And one of the other things that I'm looking into is, as we think about where it started, the initiation when a school is built, DHEC was probably the initial South Carolina regulation company that was responsible for making sure that those retaining ponds were regulated, kept up to par. Just so you'll know that DHEC is no longer DHEC anymore. As of July 1, 2024, DHEC has been split into 2 separate entities by the order of the governor. And so I'm looking into researching from which one of those 2 entities should I be getting more information from about the historical aspect of those retaining ponds. But I also did find out that the kinds of maintenance that's needed for those retaining ponds is the maintenance that our people are not equipped to do. So we would have to actually find a contractor to maintenance those retaining ponds in a way that keeps up with the standards that have been produced by the Office of Ocean and Coastal Resource Management.
Dr. Wright, I appreciate that, and I know you probably got more research to do on that, but during the off-season of grass, you don't have to answer me, but I wondered if, our grass crew might be able to maintain some of it. I know, removing the trees that are overgrown and things like that, that would take some special equipment. But
yes, ma'am.
The general maintenance that we have equipment and manpower. I know we have a great grass crew.
Yes, ma'am.
Things that they might could support.
Yes, ma'am.
the
Madam Vice
district
Chair.
with, unless they have other things to do when the grass season's off. I don't know, so, you can look into that.
To give you an answer, you're absolutely correct, Madam Vice Chair. That's one of those common sense things that at least the grass portion around it we can take care of. But once you get deeper, if you go to some of them, they got trees and stuff grown in them already. We got to look at the water level and get measurements of the cleanliness of the water. So all of that came out as of the research from the ocean management process. So when we learn more and dig more, we'll give you more information. And last but not least, as I am exhausted, I am not exhausted. It takes great pleasure just to let the board know that as a result of the ESSER 3 budget, at the October meeting, you all received information that we've had a shortfall in the ESSER 3 budget in excess of $55,865.49. As a result of further review, the actual amount of ESSER 3 funds that are short from our district is actually $574,031.71. This is a correction in information that was presented to the board in public by our previous Director of Federal Programs. Madam Chair.
Dr. Wright, I appreciate you sharing that, and I just want to go on record publicly that I'm happy for the things we were able to do with ESSER, and that was money, we weren't expecting and were able to receive, but just have to express how disappointed I am that the high school roof and this roof are things that, won't be completed with those projects, because as a board member coming on in 2022, I was looking forward to you being able to show us the progress on that, and I know you weren't here for all of that, but I look forward to when we can move forward with the full completion of this project and the high school roof.
I'm excited too, Madam Vice Chair and Madam Chair, members of the board. I just want to let you know, as a recall, I hate having to give inaccurate information to the governance team of the school district, and having come to you in September to let you know accurate information that some of those projects were not adequately funded as a part of the ESSER, and I could not continue to go on giving inaccurate information in the spirit of transparency to the board.
Well, in the spirit of transparency, I do want to state publicly that the $574,031.71, it's not the complete number, because we still have the high school project that we are not able to pay for now that was supposed to be paid for out of ESSER. So that amount for that is also one of the things that is not going to be able to be done because of lack of funding. Dr. Wright, I do have one question as far as facilities go. Is the air conditioner, the HVAC system fixed in the superintendent suite in the district office building?
Absolutely not yet. I'll give you the answer. The system that is in the yard of our district office is an older system in which the company that originally put it in does not have those parts anymore. Maintenance and operation have been working to order different parts from different vendors, and every part that they've tried to order from different vendors have not worked.
Dr. Wright, you may not have the answer to this because I think it predates you, but maybe Superintendent Williams can help us. Do we know the first time this year in 2024 when that system went down?
I do not, Board Member Urban.
I know it was in the summer because it was hot. I know it was in the summer. Ms. Williams, do you have, and I'm not holding you to anything, but do you have any recollection?
I believe it was maybe sometime in August, maybe, I'm thinking, that it went down.
Linda,
is that correct, Linda?
April.
April? Okay, all right.
So May, June, July, August, September, October, November, 7 months, and we still don't have a working HVAC system. Again, just very, very concerning.
I would love to leave you with this, though. While those HVAC system is not repaired yet, the maintenance and operation crew have been working relentlessly to get parts. We've had a company that we worked with that's out of Charleston that we've kind of turned down because they have not been able to respond to us. And so we moved on to look at other companies that can get those parts. I just want the board to know that with these aging systems, getting these new parts in for an aging system has been one of our heaviest lift to make sure that we get it done, which gives credibility to some of the things that I've asked the board to consider in our future in letting us do a comprehensive maintenance for study so we can have all of this data and not wait until things get broken. We have a wonderful opportunity in our current future to change the way we see and we review maintenance and operations of our school and not wait and be reactive in our approach, but be more proactive in our approach as an amazing school district to our maintenance and operations. So just for future consideration, board members, something for us to think about and to work on as a governance team in collaboration with the administration.
Dr. Wright, I don't know if you're aware or not, but we currently have two brand new units that have been sitting behind one of our elementary schools for over 2 years now. Maybe we could use one of those if we can't get parts for the superintendent suite to put it into use before they go bad, before they're ever installed.
Thank you, Board Member Stavanger. Again, out of transparency, a lot of my work has been foots and boots on the ground. And so as I go through buildings and to inspect buildings myself, I saw those two units out there and I started asking questions because I don't like wasting money. They're just part of my pedigree of who I am. But as I ask questions, those units were sitting out there to your numbers 2 to 3 years.
Correct.
Under a previous project that was supposed to have been done to that particular school. And as I understand it from our maintenance team, they have assessed and believe that those 2 units, because they've been sitting out there in the weather, in the rain over years, collecting dust, whatever, are not operable.
Okay, I'd have to respectfully disagree because air-conditioned units sit outside, but whatever, we need to do something with them.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed something because I was trying to make a note. Did we say at one point we've got new air conditioner units that have never been installed?
Correct.
And now we're saying that they're no good?
Yes.
They sat in a yard, were never installed, and now they're no good.
For 3+ years.
For the record, I just want you to know that this is new information to me. I didn't know about air-conditioned units that were sitting for 3 years.
Madam Superintendent will be correct. This is actually new information to her this evening. In hearing that, based upon the question that Board Member Stavanger brought up tonight, that was not something that we anticipate trying to address publicly at this time because we were still researching that. And until we get clarity on the company, what company that was, who left it there, who was responsible for it, she would have received full details as a result of the investigation.
That is appreciated. Thank you, Dr. Wright. I think then, board members, if we can table questions until further information is revealed. Any other questions regarding the report of Dr. Wright?
Dr. Wright, I do have one more thing. It is not included in your report, but since we're talking about long outstanding items, the lighting in the Performing Arts Center has been an issue before I was employed in this district in 2017.
Yes, sir.
I know there were some issues of getting a contractor because you're going the height and the scaffolding that's going to have to be done. But if you could put that on your radar,
yes, sir.
That is something, that is our premier facility.
Yes, sir.
And for over 80% of the lights not to work in that, that's something that we need to figure out a way to address.
Consider it done.
Thank you, Dr. Wright.
Yes, sir. Madam Chair, if there are any more questions from the board members at this time?
No, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Board members, at this time, I'll entertain a motion that we enter into executive session. Upon returning to open session, action may be taken by the board on the items discussed during executive session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion we enter into executive session for item 12.01, discussion of employment matters regarding hirings and resignations. Item 12.02, discussion of personnel matters. Item 12.03, discussion and receipt of legal advice regarding property matters. Item 12.04, discussion of contractual matters. Item 12.05, discussion of safety issues. And item 12.06, which is the receipt of legal advice regarding the superintendent's contract.
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to enter into executive session for items 12.01 through 12.06. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. We're now in executive session. Ready, Ms. Fox? I'll entertain a motion that we enter back into open session.
Madam Chair, make a motion, we enter back into open session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to enter back into open session. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. We're now back in open session.
Madam Chair, according to our agenda, we have item 12.01, and I would like to recommend, based on what we were presented in the back, that I'd like to make a motion that we approve the staff employment number 1 and number 2.
I second.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve the recommendations of staff employment, items number 1 and 2. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to make a motion that we consider the recommendation we were given and approve administrative staff employment, item number 1.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the administrative staff recommendation as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? 1 opposed. Motion carries 6-1.
Madam Chair, I make a motion based on the most recent review of federal fund expenditures that this board authorizes further review by a consultant of district financial processes and procedures.
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to further investigation on financial procedures. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? 1 opposed. Motion carries 6-1. At this time, I'd like to read a statement that represents the feelings and work of the board over the last few meetings. Earlier this fall, the board asked the superintendent to provide an analysis of the expenditures of federal ESSER III funds. As a result, 2 outside independent consultants, both retired educators with years of school finance and superintendent experience, met with employees, talked with board members, and reviewed the district's ESSER budget and expenditures. The board is pleased that the ESSER funds were spent for ESSER-approved purposes. As shared earlier during the meeting, the district did overspend on some ESSER projects and was not able to complete all anticipated projects. Upon the board's direction this evening, further review will be required to ensure the ESSER funds were expended in their designated categories, and certain financial and federal program procedures will continue to be reviewed and clarified. I thank you. At this time, we have the election of officers. I'll turn over that responsibility to our attorney, Mr. Vernie Williams. We cannot. I'm sorry.
Lights up.
Oh, there it is.
Scared myself. It's typically my practice to preside until such time as a new chair is selected, and then at that time I gladly return the gavel to the new chair. So if that's the board's pleasure, at this time we'll open the floor for nominations for the position of board chair.
I would like to make the motion that the board consider Ms. Lynn Strobel as chairman for the 2025 school year.
Second.
All right, and we don't typically with the office, we don't need a second. You're fine. Now, is there another nomination for the position of board chair?
I nominate Mr. Charles Murdoch.
All right. We've got Ms. Strobel and Mr. Murdoch. Any other nominations?
Clarify that for him.
So the second nomination doesn't need, no motion needs a second. It's just to nominate.
Correct. And then to the extent there are no more nominations, we can then take a motion to close the nominations, and then we would vote on the 2 candidates.
Hearing no other nominations, I make a motion we close the nominations.
Second.
All right. All in favor of that motion just to close the nominations? All right, I think that's unanimous. I've not presided in y'all's, do y'all just do by show of hands? All right. So since her name was first, Mr. Murdock, I'm from the country, so we're going to say ladies first. All those in favor of Ms. Strobel for the position of chair, please signify by raising your hands.
Then you have to vote.
I have to vote, I guess.
Well, you don't have to, but you can. You certainly can vote for yourself. That's a vote of 4, and all those in favor of Mr. Murdock. So by a vote of 4-3, Ms. Strobel is your new chair. And as I said, I will gladly turn over the gavel. I enjoyed my brief time as your presiding officer.
You did a fine job.
At this time, I'd entertain a motion for vice chair.
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Mr. Craig Stavander for vice chair.
Are there others for vice chair? I'm rolling from vice chair up to chairman, and I'd like to nominate Mr. Murdock if he would take the nomination for vice chair.
Madam Chair, hearing no other nominations, I move that we close nominations.
A second.
At this time, I'll entertain a vote. We have a recommendation.
No, first to close.
Say it again?
First to close.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, a vote to close it. We usually let the attorneys handle all this, so thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
So I'll ask for a motion to close the nominations.
We've already got a motion.
In a second.
Second.
So I'll call for a vote for the closing of the nomination. Thank you. Unanimous on that. So at this time, we need to take a vote that we had a nomination for the vice chair, and we'll go first, the way it was recorded, as Bernie did. Those in favor of vice chair being Mr. Craig Stavander. Vote of 1. And those in favor of the vice chair being Mr. Murdock. You see the vote, Linda? Thank you. So thank you and welcome, Mr. Murdock, as vice chair. I'll now entertain a motion that we fill the office of secretary.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, I nominate Ms. Whitkin to be our secretary.
I second.
Okay, and are there any others that would be offered up for secretary?
Hearing no other nominations, Madam Chair, I make a motion we close nominations.
Second? Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. So we have a motion to close nomination and a second. All those in favor? Okay, unanimous on that. So we have one person that was nominated for secretary. So those in favor of Ms. Sharon Whitkin serving as our secretary for the board for the upcoming year? Show by hand. Unanimous. So at this time, we want to thank those that are willing to be officers this year. You hold a responsibility to meet and plan agendas and be available to Superintendent Williams when she needs us as officers. You still serve at meetings as we've been serving with everyone getting an equal vote, and we'll be sure as officers to bring information in my practice back to the board, because we work as one, as Mr. Murdock often reminds us, but as a board we work collectively. So that's how we'll continue to operate. So at this time I would like to consider the policy committee, which is an active committee to keep our policies alive and flowing well with our attorney's review. So do we have any volunteers? 3 people. They can be new board members. Officers can't be our new board members until you serve 1 year, but on a committee of policy, are there any volunteers?
Madam Chair, I would be more than happy to continue to serve on the policy committee.
Okay, we have Mr. Irwin agreeing and volunteering. Are there others that would like to be on? You can volunteer, or we're going to ask for some nominations.
Madam Chair, I'll be happy to serve on
Thank
the
you. I
policy
think you'll be
committee.
excellent as a retired educator. Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Appreciate that. And one more, please.
Well, I'll serve. I'll be gladly to serve.
And that'll make you get familiar with our policies. It's a big, thick book. Yes, it is. So thank you, Craig. I know you're willing to step up if you needed to, and we appreciate you serving this past year to help with that committee. And we can all attend. We just listen as members, and they run the meeting, and then they bring the policies to us for a first reading, second reading, and, runs very smoothly with the support of our attorneys. So thank you. Mr. Irwin has volunteered to serve, and we let that committee pick, once they meet, who wants to chair that committee. So Mr. Irwin, Mr. Nixon, and Mr. Cunningham, we appreciate you three agreeing to be in charge of our policies. And we look forward to you calling a meeting and scheduling, voting on who's going to chair for this coming year. Any other business?
May I say something? I just want to say that it's an honor and privilege to have served as chairman this past year, and I stand beside some very worthy individuals who all work in the same area of service, and I just want to say that I think as board members and as supporters of our school district that we all have more in common than we have different. So I'm grateful to pass the torch on to Ms. Strobel, and I'm really happy too that Ms. Strobel, Mr. Murdoch, and I continue to get to work together as officers, different roles, as if we could have planned it, but that's just the way it worked out. And so we hope to be able to provide continuity, and again, just continued service to a school district that I know we all love. I thank you.
And we want to thank you, Ms. Wickham, for serving as chair, and I look forward to your support as secretary and Mr. Murdoch as vice chair, because it is a team effort. And Ms. Williams, we're here to support you as officers and as a team of 7.
Yes.
So any other business of the board tonight?
And I, too, would like to just formally congratulate our new officers. Congratulations, Ms. Strobel. Congratulations, Mr. Murdoch. Congratulations, Ms. Whitkin. And thank you to the policy committee for taking on that responsibility. I know it's a huge responsibility, but thank you, and thank you for your support of all that we do for the Colleton County School District.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and please keep the Forest Hills Elementary School and that family with the recent loss of a 3rd grader in your prayers. And we will meet again in December. Our meeting will be on December the 10th at 5 p.m. We did decide to have one meeting, and we voted on that. And then the Circle of Excellence, where we receive awards, will be on December the 17th, and that will be at the Performing Arts Center.
Right,
at
and
5 p.m.
It'll be, that time has changed to 6 o'clock.
Oh, that one will be 6.
It will be 6 o'clock.
Okay. And we'll get notice of that, thank you, but just so we hear it in the public. And any other business? If not, I'll take a motion that we adjourn.
Madam Chair, make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.